Let me repeat, Campbell Collaborations. It's in Norway. We do have India office in Delhi and Bangalore, Chennai as well. Campbell Collaborations. There will find a lot of guidelines for developing evidence-based practices. I mean here systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And if you want to read more outcome of evidence-based practices, then you go to the PubMed website. Yes, Campbell. Yes, maybe you can try in Google. C-A-M-B, not P, B. Campbell. Campbell Collaborations. So two open access sources. Frontiers. Please type Frontiers in Google. You know, it's all 900 journals are there now. MBPI. Other open PubMed, open access. There you will find, yes, that's great. There you will find multiple publications based on evidence-based approaches. Thank you.
Sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, can I have a question, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, the thing I just want to ask is when we go for Frontier or MGPA, the cost of publishing is very high, sir. So, there is any other resources that we can publish of free of cost or to be of very much of reasonable? Could you please suggest us, sir?
Wow, that's a good question. It's a necessary evil to deal with. APC charges. It's a necessary evil to deal with. Now, how we can deal with it? Number one. So all these journals were having, even waiver, full waiver. To get the full waiver, you must get the clearance from the peer reviewers. The peer reviewers, they are very particular about the quality of the work, the methodology rigor, findings, your paper linkages between the hypothesis, objectives, results, methods, and so on. Okay, so once after the confirmation, then they may ask you to pay. That time you say that you can't pay, then you can look for the waiver, full waiver or partial waiver. That is option one. Option two. So throughout my presentation, I was highlighting the collaborations and networking. You will find sponsors as well. For example, PSG is organizing an FDP program. So there are participants like that. My experience I would like to share. There's one group organized an FDP program. I was one of the participants. So after the completion of the FDP program, the organizers had some unspent amount. They want to spend that amount for publications. What is said? They would like to sponsor some of the APC charges. That is option two. So option one, waiver. Option two, sponsorship. Option three, support system. Like that, the multiple options are there to get the APC support. I hope I answered.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. Sir, we need your support and guidance to proceed on this, sir, because just now we have started a career. So we need the support from the professional stalwarts like you in terms of the publications and then to move on with the collaborating agencies, all those, sir. With all your support, we have to move forward.
We all will work together. Certainly, I would be very happy to learn from everyone now. Yep, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So there is one question, sir. On behalf of the organizer, I extend my hearty welcome again to Professor Vasanthi C. Paul, ma'am. Ma'am had said that my concern is how we define evidence within the neoliberal and new public management discourses. Evidence is reduced to narrow what works, agenda, and efficiency.
Very good. Excellent.
The ma'am has also joined the session.
My concern is how do we define evidence within new liberal and new public management? New liberal and new public management, it's strongly advocating market-based approaches. Marketism, nothing comes free of cost. You pay for the service, VAT and GST for everything. So evidence here, there is no difference between even before neoliberal approaches, even after neoliberal approaches. Evidence is evidence. So based on solid data, based on the practice evidence. Even in fact, World Bank funded projects, IMF funded projects, UNICEF funded projects, MRC funded projects. They do align with the new liberal approaches like providing money for specific events and activities. And also, they are actually in favor of promoting epistemological approaches. They are in favor of promoting epidemiological database that evidence should help the policy makers to develop an innovative and suitable policies. Practitioners should develop interventions based on evidences. I mean here, I know how I can define evidence means just solid database, solid set of informations that can help all of us to develop or design the methods, interventions, practices, and so on. Thank you. That was a wonderful question.
Thank you so
Of
much,
course, it
sir.
has
Thank you for
reduced.
sharing
It has
some
reduced, it's narrowed down. Again, when we say here, the private sector means profit making is a main kind of focus. So of course, people may use as per their convenient. But as a social workers, values, ethics, principles, we shouldn't move away from the basic framework. For example, Nestle Foundation, they may give more funding to do research on child health. But in that case, you accept the offers, but don't change your ideologies, don't change your professional approach towards developing the final finding and results. Like that, there are several other organizations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paneer. I couldn't agree with you more. The thing is, in this neoliberal, new public management world, imposed, as you say, from global bodies around us, how do we still hold on to our values and our ethics? I've actually seen, at the level of even UNICEF and things like that, people using like experimental research designs by withholding certain services, right, in order to show this intervention works, right? And this intervention works better when it is provided, in sync with another service. And yet, all our knowledge and prior research is showing us that this is a critical thing, in terms of child survival and child development, but they want to prove to them, within a narrow evidence-based framework. So for me, it raises, huge questions, about our profession and our ethical obligations in that respect. And how can we provide the evidence, which I do believe is essential. Yesterday, I spoke about that, the importance of shifting from common sense to empirically tested good sense. How do we rely on science, even like with climate change now? So many people still believe that it's a hoax, despite so much of the research-based scientific evidence that are there. So how can we challenge our ideas, use science to challenge our ideas? This thing. But we need a balance. I think more and more as social workers and social work educators, we need to question more critically what constitutes evidence.
That's a great additions to the discussion. Excellent. And just to add, these new liberals and new public management, these funding agencies always come with
खूपदा
condition-based
व्हायचं पण
funding.
अवतार सरांसोबत पण खूपदा व्हायचं है की नाही?
Condition-based funding.
हे बरोबर नाही आहे हे असं वागणं.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Great.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir. Over to you, Teresa.
सगळीकडून थंड करून टाकलं गुरु त्यांना सगळ्यांनीच म्हणून ते चांगलं विजय ठेवत नाही.
I take this opportunity to extend our deep gratitude to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and within a short span of time for agreeing to participate and share your valuable insights in our session. So on behalf of the PSG College of Arts and Science and on behalf of the Department of Social Work and on my own behalf, on behalf of the organizing team, I extend my sincere gratitude to you, sir. Like your presentation, I think you have enlightened all of us on evidence-based research. You are an expert in evidence-based research, and it has been a pleasure and privilege working with you on several other programs. And on this stage, I would like to say, sir, you have been a mentor. During the pandemic period, you've given us the opportunity, along with Dr. Lavina ma'am and Sister Hilaria, to work on several symposiums. And based on that experience, we were able to organize this program. You taught us what meticulous planning and how it could be executed. So you are a source of inspiration to young faculty like us. So thank you very much, sir, once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's indeed a great honor for us to associate with you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The participants are asking for your contact number.
You can share 971 60 74575.
Okay, sir.
Maybe you can share my mail IDs also. I'd be very happy
Yes,
to
sir.
learn from your experience and your work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Bye.
much, sir.
Bye.
Bye, sir. Bye, sir.
So participants, we can have a short break. So I think we are a bit ahead of time. We will have a short break till 11:45, and we will get back at 11:45.
Thank you all. Good morning. Good morning, Paul.
Morning. How are you?
Yeah, we are doing good. Thank you so much for joining much early, and we're seeing that you have been attending the program. It feels us feels motivated a lot, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, it's good. I just want to know
Yeah.
how the people work. I'm just trying to learn what others say.
Okay, okay. We'll wait for
Yeah,
7 more
that's fine.
minutes so that the participant
No
can
problem.
have a break and then they can join.
No problem. Is it audible to you, what I say?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, though your voice is also perfect, and on that day itself we were able to screen share it and also no issues. We can
Yeah.
start
You
exactly by
you want me
11:45.
to share? You want me to try to share?
You can
the
try
PPT?
now. Because you also have
That will
sent the
make.
PPT to us.
Yeah. So can you give me the option to be a presenter?
Yes, yes, yes. Once again.
Yeah. Thank you, Trisa.
You've been made present. I think now you can try, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, I'm trying. Is it okay? Can you see this slide? Hello.
Yes,
Can you
yes,
see?
Dr. Paul, it's perfect now. We can able to view.
Okay. Now it's here.
Yes.
You can see the slide
Yes.
also, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. I just want to know whether it's okay for you or not. Whether it works or not. It's okay. That's fine.
Dr. Paul?
Yeah.
Hello? Am I audible, Paul?
Yeah, can you hear? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, one of the participants had requested that to use the full screen mode.
So you see now.
Yes.
Am I? Yes, yes.
Shall we start?
I have no problem from your end if you are.
Okay. On behalf of our management and on behalf of our college, our secretary and principal, and on behalf of our department, we take the immense and proud privilege to welcome Dr. Novi Paul for our 5 days international virtual FTP. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and you have quickly agreed to address on the same, and wherein we were the one who gave the topic and you were very much comfortable about it also. And thank you so much for being with us. So now I request Dr. Shuganti, Assistant Professor from Department of Social Work, to introduce Dr. Navi Paul to the gathering. Shuganti, over to you.
Yes. Am I audible, Kavita?
Yes, yes, Shuganti, perfectly all right.
Yeah, okay. Dear scholarly professors and research scholars, happy morning to you all. I'm Dr. Shuganti from the department, is here to introduce Dr. Noreen Paul. So let me start from the Paul completed his master's from the University of Pune and joined the D. Paul School of Social Work as an academician in 2004. His current research work is focused on displacement with particular interest on social and cultural capital, marginalization, human rights, and community development. From 2015 to 2017, he was an editor of D. Paul Journal of Scientific Research, a biannual scholarly publication that promotes academic research for the purpose of molding better science practitioners. Dr. Paul completed postdoctoral studies at Rice University in Bangalore in 2019, and he has done his research on development-induced displacement and marginalization in Kerala. He has authored and edited 7 books, and of which 4 on development and displacement. He published several articles in various national and international journals and presented at various webinars related to social work and displacement. His latest contribution to the academic exercise is his edited book, Best Practice of Social Work Methods, Contextual Examples and Reflections from the Field. Currently, he is an academic leader of PhD in social work and senior lecturer in social work at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Nairobi. Thank you, sir. Looking forward to have an informative session from you. Over to organizing team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shuganti, for your kind introduction. Paul, I just want to make a comment over here. That is, we had an opportunity to work with, to publish a paper and that practices of social work and the reflections from the field, wherein we had a very good experience in reviewing the paper with him, everything. And thank you for the great opportunity that you have given to us. And the floor is open to you, Dr. Navi Paul.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita and Dr. Ms. Teresa and Dr. Sukandi and all PSG College team for inviting me to be part of this FDP. And I'm really humbled to be part of this because eminent scholars like Dr. Professor Vishanti or no, I am just humbled because I don't know how much I can do the justice to the topic, but at the same time, I'll try my best. As I move forward, let me recapture what we had a small discussion from the last. Yesterday, we had 2 sessions, and today we had 1 session where Professor Vishanti Sipur was trying to conceptualize the critical radical social work, and she was speaking about more on how the critical radical social work, and then we have to move to the evidence, experience, practice, and everything. She was trying to make it, and then Dr. Hilaria was also speaking about new models and in cultural practices of the social work, how she has been struggling and she has tried to move forward towards the conceptualization of social work and practices in the context of Tamil Nadu. And today we have the morning speaking about evidence-based social work practice, and even the faculty member was trying to put a stand before us that evidence-based practice is most important. And I opt to all of you, and I borrow your I really borrow your thoughts, your opinions, though there are certain concerns that I have. I stand on that base, and let me go move forward of what I would like to present it, and that's what. So when we are speaking about it, when we are speaking about subaltern social work, radical, critical, subaltern social work, we have to look forward what we have earlier at the present situation. Putting an introduction, see, we have focus on social inequalities, and then these social inequalities, that is a clear-cut experience in our daily life. It is, though we don't say that the laws are there to wipe out the social inequalities, but doesn't work as we expected. That's why we have the recent move like Black Life Matters, and even in India there are some issues that is happened. Therefore we need to have a social change lead to the knowledge informing political action. That is the need of the time that we need to look into it. And then how we will go for it. To inform for a change. Inform means inform whom? Inform the power relations that control the authority, coordinate the people. And there, yesterday we were speaking about something called the people, how the people are, they're brainstormed of their ideologies being induced to the people due to the neoliberalism. And then social work. What is the core of the social work? Social work is supposed to have influence this power sector, especially the social structures and their relationship, and through developing a need for change through thoughts, perspective, and attitudes towards the knowledge, expertise, and practice that we have in social work. How the knowledge is imparted, how the practice is shared, and expertise, how we are going to give the directions in the life. And this comes from a base of radical critical social work. When we are thinking about a base, we often think about 1980s and critical forces. We have the forces came in yesterday. There was a discussion by Dr. Vishanti Sipol, Marxism, feminism, and this kind of consciousness, Black consciousness, recent episodes, and everything that comes in. Then what we need to, the social workers are challenged now on the basis of that, unmask the existing knowledge and the structure and the leadership. And the question is, are we ready for that? And what undermine is enslavement. Enslavement, the power structure, knowledge operation. Knowledge is shared. We were speaking about evidence-based, but still that is inevitable. That was the quote that was said by the previous facilitator. Happens or not. Therefore, what we need to have it, discover and rediscover by creating a liberating consciousness and by developing critical consciousness, which is sometimes very much absent when we are thinking about subaltern. And therefore, we need to go for analysis and transformation of power relationship in every level. Micro social structures that has to be facilitated by shaping the reflection that gives a new direction. If you are looking into that, from that basic background, we have to think about how to understand subaltern. Subaltern, what is subaltern? Subaltern is the people who are sometimes, we say, marginals, vulnerables, outskirts, or even we have a subaltern is an attitude, basically speaking, but though we experience it, and simply says that this is us versus they, reality of experience that we have, defined by a social structure and social systems, political and economic system, and it divides the culture and geography. I am from Africa and you are from this, and therefore I have a concept to put you on the other side, and therefore we don't have a study of uniqueness of these people, but rather we are focused on study of differentiation. So society, in terms of society's welfare and paradigms, we are trying to define it. Look for India, we look for welfare programs for ACST, for paradigms, define it. Uniqueness of outreached and unreached reflects the post-colonialism and decolonialization. Is it happening over there or not? So are we looking for decolonization, indigenization, knowledge and practice? So where are we standing in terms of the concept of people, so-called marginalized, outskirts, vulnerable people? How are you going to deal with them? When we are looking from that perspective, based on the background, and when we are having defined the social work, the subaltern concept, and then we are trying to look into what is critical pedagogy that has a theoretical base for social work. I know that we have discussed already the critical theory which is based on Frankfurt School yesterday. We were able to discuss it. They were focusing on psychoanalytical and Marxism perspective, and then Gramsci hegemony understanding about how the society is being controlled. Then we have a theoretical base for Paulo Freire's by liberating, to speak about Giroud's pedagogy of hope. Yesterday, Dr. Vishanti was speaking about it, pedagogy of hope. And then we are speaking about, from that base of the critical pedagogy, we have to also think about who defined subaltern also. Antonio Gramsci, who defined subaltern in his theoretical perspective, that people of low rank, inferior status, power, and action. It gives them voice and agency for it. But at the same time, subalternity is extreme only when we give them voice. That's what Gramsci says. And Ranjit Go is the one who has spoken from the Indian perspective of subaltern. History, he says that history of India is the history of elites and cannot transmit, analyze, or knowledge, acknowledge the contribution of common people. And history is always guided by elite politics, not by the subaltern politics. Of course, there are some moves comes in. And Gayatri Chakraborty was speaking about subaltern is always, sees that subaltern is always situational. She proposed deconstruction create a discontent out of disconnect. There is a disconnect between the people, mainstream and the marginalized. Then try to create a discomfort and then try to make it connect between them. Therefore, it says the struggle for recognition as equal to the demand for recognition of difference. Subaltern speaks about that. Subaltern, of course, subaltern always want to be imitated, always want to have a role in the mainstream. That is right. And that is why they struggle. But this struggle also is equal to the demand for recognition of differences, which the social worker sometimes is conveniently ignoring it. For me, subaltern, I think conceptually is very slippery in terms and very difficult to define. I don't know how you all feel it, but this is what I feel it. And then social work, education, and practice today. Then from that perspective, from that base, can we think about social work, education, and practice today? Social work practice and education is focused on welfare, rooted. We know that there are different approaches, need-based approach, right-based approach, and strength-based approach, and different approaches are there. We are speaking about studies of empowerment and adoption of development theories. This is what we are looking into it. Are we looking for something else that can bring a critical perspective? Social work education moved from traditional approach to the progressive education, incorporated specialization, and social work today is the specialized field. Disaster, human rights, refugees, gender, empowerment, disability, and vulnerability. All these things, there are many areas that we can bring it. Today's social work. The challenge is how we upgrade our knowledge on this. It depends on the practical experience and critical reflection. And when we are speaking about specialization field, when we are looking at the larger perspective, we have to have a knowledge upgradation, and this knowledge upgradation can happen only when we are ready to explore that remains unexplored. Are we ready for that? And then when we are thinking from the subaltern social work, we have to also think from are we thinking about decolonization or indigenization of social work education and practice? Are we looking for that? Colonization, most of the theories that comes from dominance theories during the period of colonization. When the post-colonial approach comes in, when worldview is bringing it to the cosmovision that emerged from rethinking the conceptual, institutional, and cultural, legal assumed as universal. What happened now? We are thinking about colonization, is speaking about subjugation and dominance. Now we have to have an open world. That's what the post-colonial approach comes in. And when the most of the post-colonial theory speaks about include the voices and stories of indigenous people continue to be colonized. And this is what post-colonial theories are proposing it. And that is why Edward in 1970 said he was speaking about Orientalism and othering. Most of the Western writers on Asian people, when they are narrated, they said there is nothing common between them and state Western as superior. There is nothing common that we can find. They are different and we are superior. And post-colonialism found that in common. Post-colonialism, we are trying to find something in common. Power. That's what we find in common is power, punishment faced by colonialized people, and found connectivity. What the colonialist people, when they colonize, they find that there is a connectivity between people who are liberated from the colonial world. That's what there is a connectivity between in terms of their culture, knowledge, economy, and politics. It has led to the genocide of mind. Insist on that. That is why I said knowledge superiority comes in. Comes hegemony, reality of dominators to make a domination in terms of spirituality, spiritually, culturally, and intellectually and technologically. They see that they are superior. Try to create a poor self-esteem. Social work of charity, not of the empowerment. From this perspective, can we look into decolonization and can we have a decolonization or indigenization of social work? Of course, Australia has moved further, and even we are in Africa, we are trying further, and India also we tried it. But at the same time, can we look into what kind of social work education we can look into it? So can we go for it? Then when we are looking into, we have to think about what Baba was saying about remembering. Encourages reconnect. A post-colonial country remains a colonial attitude in education and power perspective. Are we in the same boat? I don't know, but we have to think about it. Most of the law that is from the dominance are sourced from the colonization area. So are we looking for restructuring it? So this decolonization starts from the participation of the people. And now, democracy, we speak about it, still democracy is buy-in, sold in because of the handing over from the colonial to the other who being colonized. So in that perspective, when we are speaking about social work education, what about the colonized world social work education? We are thinking about it. There are schools of social work. There are associations of schools, associations of social work. They require indigenous content in the social work curriculum. Comes in because they advance the decolonization. Or if you look at the Australian, they need to have. They have developed an independent stream of indigenous social work. So are we looking for such kind of things to incorporate? So it requires of social work approach. Dr. Hilaria was speaking about, can we speak about social work? It's a social casework and group, but rather can we speak about it? She was speaking about street social work practice or familiar social work practice in terms of it, in terms of casework and group as an alternative. Familial social work, familial therapy or familiar social work, and she was speaking about group therapy, group work in terms of street corner, and then she was speaking about community organization. So can we look for alternative? So use of indigenous knowledge applicable to the contemporary social challenges. Can we use for it? So what we need to have it critical theory to analyze policy, practice, and research what is happening today. From that perspective, what we need to do it, what are the challenges that we are facing? Of course, yesterday we spoke about neoliberal policy and politics, and also have issues of post and anti-colonial issues about relationship and resistance of dominance to one's own culture and decision. Very difficult to bring a new perspective to culture, and also work against the racialization. And there comes the social change that promotes identity. This disturbing social capital that paid social cost. We need to have a shift to anti-colonialism from the post-colonial progeny. Are we looking for that? And it is no to the reproduction of dominance and disempowerment. So, and of course, neoliberalism, I have spoken, and liberalism, and then what we have spoken previously about the issues of post-colonialism and neoliberalism, which speaks about unregulated market and everything. Now, when it comes to this, we need to look into it. Social work becomes radical. Is it radical? That comes in. Is it bringing identity, trying to identify, generate perspectives and challenges, and process of thinkification and reimaging the colonial conflict? The objectivity that brings it. Are we looking for it? Are we looking for pedagogy of the oppressed that points of radical transformation and humanization? And when we are speaking about it, I just caught what I have read recently. No education is neutral. It can be either liberative or domesticative. Is it so that happens? We have to think about from the neoliberal perspective. Then develop a critical conscientization, ongoing process of, or moving towards critical consciousness. Liberating education leading to awareness of oppression. Can we become an object and subject of power? That we have to look into it. So now, from that perspective, you have to look also from the praxis perspective. Speaks about transformation. Yesterday, Dr. Vishanti was speaking about it, which negates some economy of globalization and promote. Sometimes though people say it's utopia, but we have to look for just and human society. And also it speaks about racial issues, or we are speaking about it, we have to also speak about caste. Also from Indian perspective, the racial issues, speaking about racist caste or objectification that dictates the quality sometimes. Are we still with the colonizing the mind, evolving one's own culture? Sometimes we are living in a society due to the colonization. People develop a hostility towards one's own culture, which speaks about migrations. And are we speaking about the issue is cultural dissonance? This cultural dissonance sometimes is dissonance of ego and culture of the society. Ego of mine and culture of the society and myself. So what is needed is internalization. Internalizing social historical relationship that will help the people, and we are challenged for that. So are we looking for option for liberating politics? That means psychologically, politically liberation. That speaks about change of mind of the oppressed. About also conscientization. Create strategy for resistance through the awareness and reawakening of consciousness. Can we think about it? So from these are the challenges that we face it. When we are facing these challenges, what could be the commitment of social work to the subaltern from this perspective? Can we look for what kind of commitment we are challenged to make it? Can we make it? Then if that's the case, we have to think about it. Social work from the perspective of social justice. Can we think about it? Commitment of social work. Whether social work, both practice and educational practice stems from social justice and issues of social justice. This is what more important. So The social work, we speak about charity and interventions, but at the same time, we often forget the dimension of social justice. Ultimate aim of social work education reflected by competent and effective practitioners of social justice that direct social workers maintain and enhance human and community well-being. So social justice has to lead to the human and community well-being. So are we looking for it? Social work education, look into that perspective. Are we lost its direction, or still are we in the right direction? It is each one of us to reflect. At the same time, each school of social work is to be reflected. Each association of schools social work has to be reflected, and federation has to be reflected. Of course, we say a lot more. This is very less. And then, so about social justice, social work is unidirectional. Is it? It has to bring a unidirectional attempt from for all. So practice of social work education needs to be rooted value orientation that provides ambience. For learning and growth of the person and lead realization of the just world. And if we don't focus on that, commitment to the subaltern will be evident. Imparting knowledge, values, and skills to analyze social inequity, oppression in its manifest form, and seek systematic change as effective advocates of social and economic justice. Are we looking for that? Are our schools of social work, whether our curriculum is looking for imparting knowledge, values, and skills that helps to analyze social inequity? We have to think about it. And now we need to look into also respecting human diversity, pursuing social change, challenging discrimination, recognizing diversity, distributing resources equitably. Distributing resources equitably. So are we looking for this? It's policy wise is there, but is it there then in practice? Education, actualization by inducing a quest for social justice, sensitivity, and knowledge among the students. Is it our social work education leads to a cost of creating a sensitivity, knowledge among have to think about equity and anti-oppressive and equity in terms of anti-oppressive analysis practice, bring the critical pedagogy, including helping the students to bring some kind of critical theories into their framework, and then think it and analyze it and practice it, and then develop a decolonizing framework. From that perspective, our challenge about subaltern social work, how it is challenging us, we have to think about it. Critical pedagogy is also looking back, also a looking ahead. That's what my understanding, because education for critical consciousness, that's what you have to think about it. Then we have to think about conscientization and transformation, and that's what it says. Need to go for reading the world, to go for liberating education, not for banging education. That's what cutting the fire is concept. And then this is another concept that I am just worried about it. Learner teacher and teacher learner teaching pedagogy that we are approaching. A learner is also a teacher, and teacher is a learner. for unmask the history of learning, how we are teaching and how we are supposed to do. Have a critical pedagogy is a process of growing as man overcoming contradictions, man in the process of liberation. Man in the process of liberation in terms of knowledge, and thereby we are speaking about it, the empowerment, and it's a struggle to change power structure, creating critical pedagogy speaks about it. And now from that perspective, we have to think about it, social work, how it is applied to social work. Of course, social work practice and social change, social work as an education, are we thinking about it? Is it empowerment? Is the perspective of social work? And then come to the praxis of approach of taking action, engaging in a cycle of theory. So a practice here means social work education in terms of teaching, research, and practice. We have to think about it. Critical theory, you have to bring a theory, application. We have to go for evaluation and reflection and theory that leads to a social transformation. Speaking about social transformation, not in terms of the violent mode, but we are speaking about non-violent dissent about it. And then when we are speaking about it, we have to speak about critical pedagogy in terms of the cultural responsiveness towards teaching. Challenge the ideologies, resist the power and knowledge and cultural practices, and then bring is cultural pedagogy roots in cultural theories. Culture is defined in the theories of that, and as a society, are we looking for something aiming at the process of resist the imposition of dominance? And therefore, educational response towards a power relations, equality in the educational system. And then, are we looking for an opportunity for liberating practice of liberating education? So it's depending upon us how we look into it. And when we are speaking about it, it is a teaching and approach and reaction towards progressive education against institutionalized function. The question is, are we ready to go beyond the institutionalized framework? Saying a critical person, if it is a learner or a social work educator or a practitioner, is a person who is empowered, justice, emancipation. Two things are important. If you are going for critical pedagogy or critical practice, or we have to look for, are we empowered to seek justice and seek emancipation by recognizing how? That's a call for each one of us. By recognizing system which oppose barriers against the prospect liberation, and fatalistic belief in the inevitability and necessity of unjust status quo. We speak about always, it is unjust, what we can do. We speak about it, but we never say about what I did. Problem comes in over there. There is a clash between practice and what is rhetoric. And then, so what we need to have it, construct and reconstruct knowledge tools for it, and which arriving at a new understanding and different ways of thinking, and is against stem to rejection of value free. That means we speak about that this value free concept that comes from the neoliberalism, which need to be rejected. So are we speaking about it? Start what we need to do it. To do that, we need to start scholarly conversation with the students and the colleagues. Scholarly conversation to recognize and challenge dominant powers within the current system by creating, sharing, and evaluating information. And creating, then you have to think about when we are speaking about creating a bias-free classroom. We're speaking about bias-free classroom, conscious and unconscious. Why I'm saying it? Knowingly, unknowingly, or unconsciously, we have a presumption that we are biased. The objectivity is sometimes questionable there. So, and we have to also think about it. Classroom is a location of possibilities. Location of possibilities for if you have open mind beyond the boundaries, skills, practitioners, and critical thinkers, advocate of social justice. That means that's what I said, learner, teacher, and teacher learner. That perspective, can we bring it? So then, if that's the case, what will be the challenge? We have social work and subaltern social work. Think about it. We have to think about in terms of the equality and equity. Equality that guarantees equal rights for everybody. And we have to think about equity, and social work mostly is equality. Are we thinking about equity? That's what it comes in. Then when we are speaking about equity, we have to speak about distributive justice. And distributive justice, we know it what exactly, I don't want to define it. And then we have to think about representation and recognizing of the people when we are speaking about it. So are we looking for it, this perspective? And then challenges that comes in again, it is about intersectionality that incorporates margins and marginality. If you think about it, intersection that there is a merging of it, margin and marginality. People are there, and marginality is a concept that can be bring it through trickle up, not trickle down. Everything happens and it will be automatically work over there, but who decides it? But it has to go for a trickle up. It has to go for a boosting up, not boosting down. So we have to look for that. So we have to think about operationalization of equity through the commitment, our representation of equity in our curriculum. Are we thinking about it? Whether our learning materials in all social work classes a non-dominant authorship of people of color, knowledge, and authorship of other marginalized population, whether it comes in or not. Do we provide participation to access power and control the decision by people and not by the elite? Elite decides. The elite here means the dominance, the power structure. Are they going to influence us? Are we looking for a collaborative partnership in learning in the community? A learning opportunity to learn from margins. For learn from margins. There are something we are speaking about rural camps and other things, but do we miss an interlinkage between training and learning? We have to think about it again about capability approach of the SEN with dignity and worth of individual of the subaltern, and then what kind of tools that we are using for learning and monitoring of the students. That perspective, are we challenged again for the challenges, compatibility of social work? Speak about compatibility, value, and practice. Is it combat towards the subaltern social work practice? Looking for teacher-student hierarchies, the belief that the students are passive vessels waiting for knowledge. Even if it happens in maybe undergraduate level may not happen, but at the same time, master's level, sometimes it happens. We treat students are co-learners, but often we have been guided by the syllabus and curriculum that we have to follow and be strict on that. Then this practice is still challenged, but still, are we looking for student-teacher hierarchies? Then, are we looking for primary method of critical pedagogy in a classroom as dialogue, where the students can raise their voice or students' voice is articulated? Alternative knowledge. Can we embrace and value the concept of democracy and difference in our classrooms? And if we don't start with the classroom, how we will be able to go beyond of it? So, can we embrace intellectual citizens and promote critical consciousness of problem and oppression in our own classrooms and other practices? Can we promote critical thinking and empirical perspective? Oh, you need to go for critically think about it, and you have to bring empirical perspective and evidence-based practice. But often we lack analysis. So sometimes lose faculty of reasoning, and we are prey of poor logic. Kind of pressure, or is it because of our intellectual paucity that happens? Can we look for students' interest and obligation are also the faculty and curriculum? Are we still not able to design our curriculum for subaltern because of the certain external forces, certain demanding licensing bodies, or any other things? Because of our conservatism against the postmodern thinking? Are we able to accommodate change, formation, and transmission? Are we looking for hearing the students? Are we looking for respecting them? And able to accept the challenge and limit? Can we have a dialogue and critic and conscious raising classrooms and practice in our own teaching and practice methods? And then crucial tension. There is, I don't know how many of us really recognize it, but I feel personally there is a crucial tension between in practice over there. I don't know, but you have to think about it. Justice and charity. There is, especially when you are speaking about it, when we are speaking about this tension, we have to think about this justice and charity. Actually, things happens. Science and an experimental wisdom, adjustment and liberation, practice and community practices, convention and critic. What is perspective is that we all say that as social workers, we are supposed to be liberators. Supposed to promote the students are liberators. Circumstances, we make them ask, we try to instruct them to be controller. Academic sense speaks of competencies, but is not assessed. How we assess, how much we give due diligence to assess the practice. We speak about competencies in our training. Are we assessing it? So we have to make about differentiation between teaching and pedagogy. For me, teaching is exchange of information and understanding, whereas the pedagogy speaks about teaching and learning, socio-political context. If that pedagogy happens, or towards the commitment towards the subaltern social work, professionalization practice response, social rehabilitation, and we are speaking about it. We speak about social rehabilitation. Are we speaking about social reform? We speak about subjugation, but are we speaking about liberation? Predilection of theories happens and approaches of dominance happens. We speak about collaboration and collective approaches and challenges. And then what is needed is disciplinary freedom in academia. Disciplinary freedom is most often, of course, there should be interdependence. Other disciplines define our boundaries, and we try to define our boundaries, change our boundaries of social work. Of course, there should be dynamism happens, but at the same time, we need to establish what we need to have as a profession, what we need to teach our students. And then comes barriers in learning process in terms of job, time, and competency. All this happens. So are we thinking about it? What is our critical stance towards conventional wisdom? About it. And challenges. And that is social work, education, everything that happens. From that perspective, can we think about decolonization and the social work, subaltern social work practice? What are the challenges comes in? First one is bring curriculum in non-dominant practice. Curriculum revisit, separate others of margin between dominant and subordinate knowledge, perspective and value systems. Can we train our students to respond unjust system derived from the colonial practice? Move the roots of poverty than the blaming the system. Adopt culturally relevant forms of teaching and learning guided by motto of no universal paradigms of social work practice. There is no universalized, of course, adaptation culturally. Some practices good, but it needs adaptation. And bring lessons of sketching wealth and political issues that support drift from social work practice approaches and respond creatively. We need to build a knowledge, skill, and theoretical approach beyond the class, culture, and gender, ethnic differences. Challenge of being inclusive society. Both can margin together. About wealth and redistributive justice and power and privilege. Themes of exploitation or resistance, healing and recovery and transformation in the society. Can we develop a policy statement, at least policy statement is in our curriculum? From this challenging perspective, these are the challenges to bring in over there. What could be the possible way that we can work on that? The possible way is a liberative approach. And then second is socialization towards critical thinking. Develop centered approach. Active, that means active, engaged approach to learning, relevant critical thinking. Of critical thinking. As and then you have to go for dialogical learning, centered but andragogic learning, adult centered. Student, the learners as adults. Stimulate perspective and encourage reflection. On multiculturalism. Stimulate healthy appreciation of ambiguity. Then critically driven critical analysis. Philosophical and conceptual lens in our thinking. Social action, can we put it as an education? Are we promoting learning, justice, and social change? That will bring emancipation vision, and then critical pedagogy is equal to the engaged pedagogy. Can we look for it? About critical pedagogy, we have to think about it. Social change is an emancipation vision, and we are thinking about critical pedagogy. But can we think about engaged pedagogy in this among the students and the practitioners and trainees? And then we have to recognize ethical issues. We have to understand that there is a radical strategies alliance that building that happens. Can we look into it? Radical reconstruction of social work, can we look for it? Radical is feared and abused, got taken for granted, encouraged in dialogue. That's what people say. Because it is fundamental and promotes intervention for transformation that transcends the class. Therefore, what we need to promote is multi-perspective understanding. And yesterday, Dr. Vishanti was saying about it, blind spot. Our radical social work often forget as a practice sometimes, and we forget students as blind spot. If we are getting the students in our curriculum, remember that our learning will be, our teaching will be a joyless and demoralizing class. Whereas when we promote the social work, we have to have, pay gradually from the blind spot so that we can have engaged class learning. Can we look for it? So then we have to go for a radicalization of the curricula. That means we have to go for marginalize how the radicalized is modeling, and then often marginalized and victimized. We have to then are we looking for a real modeling that can help the people for mainstreaming? We have to bring, or either we have to totally embrace it, or we have to go for a total dialectism between helping and activism. So there should be a blending has to happen. And then there is something that we need to understand: marginalized and indifferent, and marginal under indifference. Marginalized, and then we are speaking about marginalized people, but we are indifferent sometimes. And marginal difference. Marginalized are also indifferent. Are the people who are aware that they are marginalized are indifferent? It's an ideological conflict, but we need to treat both together and then bring a cohabitation or coexistence to each one, how we practice. There comes the role of reflective practice. Practice that has to be understood, capability, critical thinking, disciplined response to the changing context of the social work practice, and a way of understanding and theorizing from practice. And what is reflexivity? We have spoken of already. Reflexivity should be adopted, the term that describe normal. It should be normal. We have to think about capability of critical reflection leading to systematic reflection, of bringing some critical reflection, but at the same time systematic reflection. Systematic reflection are always critic, able to interpret, so will help to deconstruct the concept that we are facing. We will be able to analyze it or go for evaluation. That brings a history. Then we have to go for critical reflective practice as theoretical thinking. Reflective thinking practice as theoretical thinking. that incorporates key assumptions drawn from the different kinds of critical theories. And mindware embeds the critical positivism. We have to think about critical positivism in this way. Two kinds of critical reflection that you have to bring in. As I said, you have to be a critic and you have to also be a deconstruct. And then, can we theorize from practice? Can we theorize from practice? That is a question that brings in over there. So from that perspective, we have to think about it. People of social work, are they looking for it? And then, sorry, something happened here. Sorry, that is a technical issue. Sorry. Can we think about it? Practices in social work. Think about it. Then we are speaking about it. Social work as a reflective practice. There are different models that came in. We have to, all of us are aware of it. Sean's reflective practice model. Then we have a Gardner's model of reflection, critical reflection. Then we have the Raymond's reflective practice model, placement learning model, circular practice, reflective practice, circular process of reflective practice. Can we think about these models in cooperation in social work? Because Sean's model is speaking about how can I go for critical practice in our own perspective. So he speaks about how we can go ahead with it, how the practice can be bring in. And also can we think about Foucault-Gardner's practice in our own daily practices over there? And then Raymond's practice, reflective practice model brings some kind of new rotation, new perspective. Is it bringing new perspective or not? Then all these theorizing models should help us to facilitate. We are going ahead with our social, our practice orientation. And can we speak about pedagogical practice into the words? And if we are able to have a pedagogical adaptation of subaltern social work through reflective practices, then it will be more helpful. Can we look for it? And if we are able to have a reflective practices, it will help us to knowledge, produced, organized, and distributed. Because whatever we are practicing should be also is also a product of our reflective practices in curriculum and in the practice profession. And if that not, it will not produce a legitimate knowledge or evidence base or anything that we can bring in over there. And then we can distribute for others to have it. To deal, I don't know, this is a practical thinking. Can we also deal with street as a classroom to meet the marginalized and promote the subjectivity and experience? How many of our faculty members are taking our students marginalized in the street, bring a kind of subjectivity experience that will promote the objectivity of knowledge? That subjectivity is margins in over there in our reflective thinking. When we are thinking about reflective thinking, it will bring automatically the student's perspective, and that will bring a learner-centered approach. adult-centered approach that will bring. Every experience will impart a knowledge. That's why I said, can we bring street as a classroom? Speaking about subaltern or margins. Can we initiate contextual dialogue? Initiate contextual dialogue. That means contextual dialogue here means every interaction with the margins in the street will help us to understand that we are disempowered. We are poor in knowledge, we don't have adequate knowledge about the margins, and margins also do not have adequate knowledge about us. Therefore, we both are empowered. Can we bring our students, can we bring our profession into a dialogue between street and student? Can we bring our practice into that level? If we are able to bring a contextual dialogue with an attitude that we are mutually disempowered, it brings the margins closer and the students or the learners closer, and then brings our social work practice more experiences. Can we bring also, think about it, radical utopianism? That means linking language of critics with the language of possibility. Critic, think about it, thinking about critic, we have to think about it. This critical attitude is the possibility, is the language of possibility. Every criticism, every critic brings some kind of openings to bring somebody into the mainstream. Can we think about it? Can we think about language of possibility when we see the critic? Can we think about philosophy of teaching centers on social justice? Focus on content and process. Again, I'm thinking from the reflective practices. And then expose, can we think about critical thinking as an essential skill to work practice? Yesterday, Dr. Kilaria was speaking about it. Model she was able to bring it only because she was speaking about new skills. We bring about this skill development practice, critical thinking. Or still, are we still thinking from the student perspective? Skill imparting, the competencies that we are speaking about it, is it practice oriented? Though social work is a practice oriented, still is it critically thinking about, when we are critically thinking about it, is it still practice oriented? Then if we are critical thinking, we will be thinking about expose the students to wide range of theories that foster critical thinking. Think about again restorative social justice. About it. Social justice concept imparting that will help us to focus the victims all at the same time. Is to be treated, dealt with it, and also victim also dealt with it. Of course, we are doing it, but at the same time, how? Speaking about punishment process, but we are speaking about restoring the healing process. About it. Speaking about restoring social justice, restoring justice to the students, knowledge imparting, it will help the process. And it will help the reflective practices. And then practice of deconstruction of theories. About deconstruction of theories. Most of the theories that we are speaking about it, we teach the students. Are we thinking about deconstruction of the theories and in the environment that we are teaching? How many of us are really into this practice? Then, if that's the case, we have to bring brings in, if we are practicing, it will bring an anti-oppressive analysis in the social work practices. And this will bring critical thinking in the people and the curriculum examining. When we are even into the curriculum, then we are speaking about it. Can we think about it? Dynamics of power that produce economic oppression and inequities, discrimination, oppression based upon identity. Can we think about it? Can we rethink about the curriculum revisit? If that's the case, what we need to do with the students is, and also when this is more on the basic practice of subaltern, when we are speaking about teach the students how to engage social work practice. First thing, educate students to bring an anti-oppressive analysis into their practice. Educate the students to bring an anti-oppressive analysis. How the power imbalances in the society that brings in over there within the organizational structure and between the social worker and their client. And that means social worker itself has to be examined. Anti-oppressive perspective. Then we have to educate the students to make a connection between the problems faced by individual and the structural issues that contribute to the problem. There are, if you look into it, many of the issues, they are structural. So can we relate with them, the individual that face the problem with the structures? And can we encourage the students for the interventions? Help the students for the intervention. It is macro level, including activities. Can we bring them to activism sometimes? So educate the students to have evidence-based practice and make advocacy a central part of their curriculum, their learning process. Case, if that practice is there, we will be going for a decolonizing framework. Think about it. When we are thinking about decolonizing framework, we have to go for repatriation of the indigenous land life. Wow, the people are brought back. Then we have to also will think about it, distinguish between colonization, settler colonization, and decolonization. One is consoling. Colonization is global authority called Eurocentric, speaking about domination and extraction. Settler colonization is speaking about displacement and elimination of indigenous population. That means somebody is coming over there. And decolonize is speaking about condemn the past and present effects of colonial concept and collaborate with the indigenous people for a neo-social work practice. Work practice that is sits in Leben. That means life in its setting and person in the framework. That means this concept has to be brought in over there. Life in the setting of the people has to be thought of it. Person has to be the framework. And therefore, develop an empathetic, reflective practitioners that promote mindful social work practice. And mindful social work practice, and practicing mediation and creating critical social work models. This will help creating a social work models. Develop an intercultural reflection model by developing reflective spaces. That's what yesterday Dr. Hilaria was saying about. She was able to develop social nucleus model that was replacing. She was thinking about replacing the family. And street corner model, she was speaking about group work. And then stratification based model, she was speaking about integrated community organization, and she was speaking also about critical integrated critical model. If that's the case, what if this model happens, it will help us to go for creating a social justice lens. That means our perspective will be always from a social justice perspective. That will help through remembering the history and self-determination and reform and recovery. That means we have to remember the history, what has happened, but at the same time we have to think about the lens to right of self-determination. We have to go for reforming the society. That will help for the recovery, and then recovery for what is needed over there, and then provide guidance and control in development initiatives. That means you have to provide guidance, a lens that providing guidance. That is what social work is supposed to be, and not we directly involved, but rather guidance. And also we can control in development initiatives, but limited, because that is from the perspective of guidance. Avoid cultural genocide of the mind. If you want to have a social work consultant, we have to stop cultural genocide and genocide of the mind. That will remove barriers of self-governance. Leads to the self-governance. That will include indigenous knowledge, skills, values in values in curriculum, in policy and practices, ethics and social environment. Therefore, what we need is we have to reject the denial concept, and we have to reject social amnesia by through remembering, not remembering, remembering for indigenous centered epistemology. For the indigenous centered epistemology that will provide home for voice by bringing margins into the center. And therefore, this can facilitate this. If you are able to bring home for provide a voice, space, and credibility by bringing margins into the center, this will facilitate the realization subaltern social work, subaltern social work practice, social work education, but subaltern social work educational practice for emancipatory practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for your great session.
Yeah.
Vishanti ma'am, good afternoon. Again, we feel so honored to have you again. Since you have just, madam has raised a question to you, Paul. It is in the chat box. Do I want to read, or it is visible to you, Paul?
Yeah.
I want to say congratulations.
Oh, ma'am is there. Ma'am is there.
I am here. Yeah. But I just want to say, Dr. Nobi, thank you so much. It's been an absolutely excellent presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah. But, you know, for me, it's always bringing it down to what we do in our classes and, you know, how can we make this alive? I've been working on this for decades, you know, and what I find is that as educators, practitioners, researchers, we struggle making this come alive in our classrooms, you know. There's so many models, so many theories, but students want to know, how do we do it? You know, I know that critique can be a form of action itself. I understand that completely. And I think your presentation brings that out. But what strategies can educators use to take it beyond critique, into making emancipatory praxis alive? And what I'm concerned about as an educator myself and as a person who's active in the field is the way in which we buy into this new managerialist, neoliberal kind of ideals that we are presented with. I mean, for example, I often see on Facebook institutions posting about what ranking they have, and are so proud of their achievements. Are we not simply buying into this? Because the ranking and rankings effectively say nothing.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one
Hello?
example of that. I mean, US institutions, that engineer and pioneer this ratings and ranking systems, for example, in their master's classes, they have about 400 students, right? And they're able to take a large pool of students then into the PhD program, but they do not have a full research requirement, for that master's program. They write a concept paper, but they don't do the independent research, the data collection, the analysis. They don't have to get ethical clearance and so on as some other institutions, right? And world rankings and ratings are based on numbers only. It's the whole new public, neoliberal thing. It's all about economics. It's got nothing to do with academic integrity, but we all buy into that. So, and how do we losing our critical edge? So how do we teach our students this when we losing our critical edge?
Thank you, Prof, for this insightful, question. What I was just looking into it is what I was thinking of. If a social worker is led by passion for social work, and also having reflective thinking in the mind of the person,
Yes.
it will automatically will go for integrity of the person. The integrity of the person that bring certain kind of stop for buying in of consumeristic world. So this is called ethical perspective of integrity. When we are looking into that ethical perspective of integrity, it will help a person to bring some kind of intrusions, unknowing intrusions, traumatic intrusions, which is beyond of the beyond of our thinking that happens, so-called ranking, that system that happens. But it was speaking about how we sell also ourselves. Sell means how we practice it, and this requires an ambience, social work in the so-called cultural practices. So what could be done is, this is what I was just thinking of. Do we, as an institution, can we go for a bargaining in our own institution, go for an experiment as a project, which goes for live labs? That's what I will say, live lab. Go for a, can we buy something from the institution to have research or action-oriented research or experiment in our own department, which needs from the conviction that we are stemming in, and also the integrity that we have it, and also the ideology that we are trying to promote through the critical perspective, reflective practices. And then if we are able to sell it to our management, that will bring a conducive environment. This conducive environment is the best way. And then it will, I remember that this is not going to be an easy task. This is not going to be an easy task. It's going to be very strugglesome for the lecturer or the faculty member. But this brings a different perspective. For example, let me put it this way also. I had initiated a project in India when I was head of the department. It was for the environmental conservation, and it was for the tree planting and everything. What happened? It is, I know that the environment, we have made a study before that using the children, using the students. Students became the data collection, they try to collect the data and they try to examine it and they publish the data. Based on that, I was able to write a small concept paper, and then it was able to sell it. And at the same time, this again, when I did it, it was not that easy to convince the people. It was not easy to convince the people. When we convince the people, it brings the critical pedagogy, into it. And then it has to bring in, it is not only the person's individual triumph, rather the whole group of students has to be motivated for that. Motivational factor brings the critical practice that brings in. I don't know how far to bring it. Then therefore I was able to bring some kind of learning for the students, and this learning will help the critical thinking. Otherwise it will not bring any kind of critical thinking. Otherwise we will be going for selling, we will be going for buying in the concept again and again, and we will be ruled by consumeristic, individualistic, self-centered social work, not other-centered. I don't know whether I understood, whether you understood me or not.
Thank you. I think it's an excellent response. I like the idea, of using research with our students as a form of politics of resistance itself.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe that's one way forward, but also a greater self-examination in terms of
that's right.
I put in the chat, institutions use this carrot and stick approach to cow us into submission, and we get so taken in, by that, and we comply. So, for me, the question is, how do we, use the empirical data, the evidence, to show that what we're measuring, is not academic excellence. I'm not saying that the US system that takes in 400 students and doesn't ask their students to do an independent research is less sophisticated. Maybe addressing contextual realities. My institution asks for an absolutely fully fledged research, that I supervise over a full year or two, and I have no say whether that student passes or not, because it goes through independent examiners. So it's very labor intensive, right? But I'm just saying we're measuring different things, absolutely measuring different things. That's based on quantifiable measures, and therefore those US institutions get higher rankings all the time. But we believe this rankings to be true, and therefore think that that institution is superior to us. We buy into the fallacy.
I also believe in the same thing, because most often we are led by neoliberal consumeristic attitude. The more you sell it, the more you impress the people. The product may not be the good thing. The more impressively you put it, the package matters a lot. Package matters a lot, not the inside content. So that's what has happened. So, for example, if you have a research of master's students, 5 students to supervise, it is so difficult for you hearing. Whereas to have 5 students, that is quite normal for others. Because that is what the experiment, that's what the struggle that we have. So where we have to somewhere or other, we are stuck up with a position. We have to somewhere or other compromise. Where to compromise? That's what the concept comes in over there. Though we don't want to compromise it, we have to somewhere or other stuck up with the compromising the things, either quality, either the ethics. Compromise. one of the challenge in the today's social work practice. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul, for the elaborative session, and it was very, very informative that we can see. So we have, on behalf of the organizers, we are proud to have the eminent resource persons for the FTP, which that alone made the success of the event. And we are honored to have Professor Vishanti ma'am here, and we are feels much motivated by having all the stalwarts over here, because this is the first attempt, a maiden attempt of our initiative, wherein this keeps us motivated, and it gives a full energy to do much more academic ventures. So this is how a senior professor who is full of rich experiences. So it is a way that we have to learn from you all people, and we are admiring you. And there was one question also, Paul. I think both of the things that was little same. How a question from Susan. Thank you, ma'am. How can we social work educators bring change in the profession of social work? I think we can conclude the session by this question, because we are ahead of 15 minutes.
Okay, I think most of the things we have discussed already. Therefore, and what I will suggest that open your eyes, reflect, open your brain to reflect, and then look around what you have seen, what you have heard, and reflect and bring your own ethical perspective. What do you want to have it, and what do you want to have it? Follow your heart, not follow your brain always. That will be the thing. And also listen to the people. Thank you. That's
so
what
much,
I
Paul,
have.
as a question. Thank you so much, Paul. As a question from Vishanti ma'am was very absolute, that we were every universities or the higher education institutions, that we are running behind the rank. The thing is, we have much more parameters to assess ourselves. The thing is, exactly what we have just given to the students has been diluted, but the thing, at least we can feel that there is some component which exclusively works on the environment, about the initiatives, about the field action projects, wherein we can concentrate a lot so that we can bring out of the change. In future, we can expect these parameters should be at a larger extent than the scoring of the marks. So if it is how impact it has created in the lives of the students or the people, or taking our rich academic knowledge, or for example in any field of discipline, we can say how we have just taken that knowledge in the area of the community, in the development of the people. For example, it may be women or children or the men, or giving the exact the felt needs. It's to be addressed. So this can be done only through the evidence-based research and the field action projects, wherein that would give much results. So I'm just adding my own perspective of a comment over here. The thing is, this parameter was very much minimal right now, but this should be focused at a larger rate, wherein we can bring out the changes. So this is what that I just want to add over here. And thank you so much, Paul, for giving a rich lecture on it. And we are just receiving a very good comment from the participants. And we wholeheartedly thank you for sparing your time with us and in sharing your expertise. We would look towards you in collaborating in the future activities. And thank you so much, Paul. And I thank the active participants. Without you people, really this FTP wouldn't be successful. You two are the resource persons, and the participants play a major role over here. So we wholeheartedly thank both the resource person and the participants for your active participation and listening. Thank you, one and all. So now we can break for the lunch, and we can start the session
Thank you very
by
much for
2:30.
inviting me.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for inviting me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Asha, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Geetanjali, for your kind response. We'll start the session in another 2 minutes. Good afternoon, Susan ma'am. Oh, Susan ma'am. Sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No, 1 minute, no, 5 minutes, we'll start and we'll join.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. On behalf of the organizers, on behalf of our college, we welcome you for the afternoon session wherein we are having an eminent resource person is over here with us to address Professor Dr. Asha Banu ma'am. Ma'am, we feel really proud to have you, and it is we can say that it is a great moment to have you. We feel so proud, privileged to have you on this academic virtual platform. I request our beloved Professor Dr. S. Jayalabdin to introduce about the eminent guest of the day. Sir, over to you.
Vanakkam, madam. Well, I hope I'm audible to everyone.
You are audible.
Yes. So I'm really very happy and proud to introduce a well-known and dynamic person in the field of social work, Professor Dr. Asha Banu Solati. A proud alumni of Madras Christian College, completed her social work in the year 1996. Madam currently holding the position called Professor at the Center for Health and Mental Health School of Work, Social Sciences, and also Dean Student Affairs and Placement, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Madam also served as the chairperson of the Center for Health and Mental Health from 2012 to 2018. And her teaching ability is up to master's level, courses like public health and mental health. Madam's project and am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are audible.
Is it audible to you all? Please kindly reply in the chat box, please.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Madam's projects and field engagement focuses on understanding, evolving and strengthening interventions, addressing the social determinants of health with a special focus on marginalized communities. Madam's field engagement includes co-constructing community-led interventions for emerging public health concerns in both urban and rural contexts. Presently, Madam leads Pragati, Integrated Rural Health and Development Projects, a field action project, which is located in a tribal belt and caters to the health needs of the Warli and Katkari tribes. Madam has published a number of the research related papers, specific issues concerning older adults that explores inequities in later life, elder abuse and ageism. She has actively responded and contributed to the disaster relief work operations of the institute. During Madam's leadership with the CHMH, she spreaded the forging of academic partnership with TIS and the Banyan, the well-known NGO, which is located in Chennai, working for mentally ill and destitute women. She also facilitated the formalizing of the agreements between TIS and INHS, Ashwini, to offer the MPhil program in psychiatric social work. Madam also awarded the Linnaeus Palme Fellowship to visit and teach at the Gothenburg University, Sweden in the year 2012. She also serves in institutional review board of many organizations. She is actively involved in training and capacity building, monitoring and evaluation in the public health domain, and has several peer-reviewed publications to her credit. So in this session, Madam will be presenting radical challenges for social work education. Madam, we are very happy to have you as a speaker for this session, and also very happy to enhance our knowledge from experienced academicians like you. So on behalf of the management, secretary, principal madam, and faculty members of social work department, I once again welcome you. Thank you, madam. Now the floor is yours, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jalaluddin. And it was a long introduction, I would say. And indeed very happy, Kavita and Teresa, thank you for inviting, and also without troubling people in your own friendly ways, you've been able to loop in many important resource people for the session. Really, I would put a big pat on all your backs, that it's not a very simple task. It's a very big and important event. So congratulations on that, and I will continue with my session. Considering it's a post-lunch session, I thought I'm going to make you all talk. In fact, I asked Kavita, can I go ahead and ask him? Even if you're not able to unmute yourself, you can always put it on the chat box. Let it be like a session that we again together will evolve, because all of us are faculty, and all of us are teaching batches of students, and all of us are also supervising fieldwork and definitely experiencing some of the challenges. So let it not be like one-sided, but let's start interacting. So it's going to be like an interactive session, no slides. And in order to keep you vigilant, maybe I will, call you out to ask your views. And suddenly, if I am not audible or I'm going offline, please indicate to me, please call me. Because this is the reality of the virtual platform, whether I've dropped out, whether I'm still talking to you or talking to self. We are not sure. So if I'm suddenly offline, please indicate that to me, that I'm not talking to myself. All right. So this entire presentation or the session, I'm going to have in actually 5 bullets. I'm going to take it in terms of discussing only on 5 aspects. The 5 aspects. One is from yesterday, I think all of you are hearing 2 words, because, again, congratulations for the theme that the, organizers have selected, So all of us are deliberating on the contemporary concerns, radical challenges. What is the opportunity and threat to the profession and the professional identity? So it's very important to discuss on these lines. So now, because from yesterday, all of you are hearing, or definitely would be, listening and discussing amongst yourself, is neoliberalism. And I also saw Dr. Vishanti's, session that ways, so definitely she would have spoken about neoliberalism. So there is impact, and often we keep talking about this impact. So can you list out what is the impact of neoliberalism in the society, and what are the several concerns that as social work academicians, educators, practitioners, we are interfacing? So if I can see some responses on the chat box, I'll be happy. Or even if you can unmute and share. I think I was audible.
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Okay, no, I did ask a question. Can anyone write in terms of the impact of neoliberalism and some of the challenges and social concerns that we interface as social work academicians, practitioners? I hope all of you are there behind the black box. The purpose of having post-lunch session and calling you out is that I'm not again talking to self, and I'm not only talking to Teresa and Kavita. Okay. Anyone response? Any hands up? Have you heard of, I mean, I don't know, as faculty, definitely you would have heard of it. So I can't say like that. But then when we're looking at some of the dominant documented implications is farmers and farmer suicide. Particularly in Maharashtra, we keep talking about, we kept talking about farmers' suicide in Maharashtra and also in certain southern parts. And as faculty members in Tamil Nadu, you also would have witnessed, what's going on in terms of farmers' life and how farmers from Tamil Nadu represented in Delhi and how there were different social memes on that as well. And recently I was admiring one of the movie called Kadesi Vyavasai. So farmers' suicide and farmers' issues and concerns, the farmers' deaths, all of these are consequences of a neoliberal economy and what had happened to them. So that's one classic example. And farmers means you're also looking at how you locate yourself, position yourself in a rural and a tribal context, looking at the livelihoods of farmers and how not only the economy challenges, but also there are several dimensions like climate change, water scarcity, people not having, seeds to cultivate, people losing their own lands because of several calamities and economic crisis. So these are all certain challenges we can list around farmers. So when we are looking at several dimensions or even several sectors or groups, we will always say implications that are happening over the past few years and how we are also as academicians looking, researching, and evolving curriculum vis-a-vis these challenges. All right. So other than farmers, yes, I also can see the consumerism and policy of open trade. That's, yeah, because of market privatization, what had happened to, the farmers. Yeah, and also the whole cultural alienation and individualization that's happening in collective cultures also results in several other implications like mental health, etc. When we are looking at tribal communities, even when we are looking at Attapadi in Kerala, or we are looking at other collective cultures, there is so much of a cultural alienation because of whatever processes that are going on. And when there is alcoholism, substance abuse, suicide, it will be viewed from a clinical lens, which is also a problem. Thus, engaging with some of these concerns in a comprehensive frame is very essential. So this is one example on farmers I wanted to give. And second, something that all of us have witnessed is migrants. I don't think so anyone can say that, no, I am not so connected. But then what happened during COVID really highlighted and shown on our face what's happening to millions of people in the country and the kind of insecurities they live with. So that's another example I wanted to give, how people do inbound migration for income. People, travel kilometers away because they do not have avenues for livelihood in their own spaces.
Ma'am, there are sorry to interrupt, ma'am. There are responses in the chat box, so that is the thing that I've just
I saw
you.
that the consumerism and policy of open trade. That's also a reason for farmer suicide. I've been noticing that I've kept the chat box open as well. So these are the two I wanted to give. And also when we're looking at older adults, that's one area I work on, and I write quite a bit on older adults. And because of migration, what's happening to the older adults, and a substantive percentage of older adults in our country are living on their own. And it's there is a difference between loneliness and living alone, and both are increasing in number. And loneliness is an important determinant for mental health concerns as well. And with paucity of facilities for older adults and formal mechanisms of support for the older adults, this is also a huge challenge, because like a substantive percentage of the population belongs to the old age. And also looking at mental health, because I come from the Center for Health and Mental Health and teach courses in the Center for Health and Mental Health. And one of my favorite courses is looking at marginalization and how marginalization influences mental health. Okay, so in the current context, that's also something that's spoken about. And I was preparing for one of the other presentation as part of my research work. It's called mental health literacy project in Kerala. It's called Me Help. And as part of that dissemination, when I was looking at during COVID alone, there were 150 plus children who have committed suicide in their respective safe space, supposedly safe space called home. So mental health also is increasingly an important concern. But how do we address and how do we understand and comprehend the mental health is also very important. What is the lens that we use to understand mental health? So these are certain broader areas. I thought I would give us examples of impact of neoliberalism. And then moving on to how social work profession also has shifted paradigms to look at some of these concerns. Now, when we are looking at, mental health particularly, I'm not sure if any of you have seen our curriculum, which has also gone through similar churning that some of the practitioners from Australia has written about. How they repositioned the entire curriculum looking at mental health. The similar churning also happened here. When we are looking at mental health and we are looking at biomedical model, then we are not looking at the implications the structural drivers are imposing on mental health. Without understanding the impacting factors around, which may be anything, which may be the calamities that we are facing, which may be the conflicts that we are interfacing, which may be the economic transformation and the socio-economic consequences, without looking at these larger factors, when we are going to look mental health from a very clinical frame, it becomes very, in a way, it's not sufficient. Thus, it's very important because for social workers, the identity is also working on some of these social and structural determinants. While we say these are determinants, yeah, we say livelihood is a determinant, yeah, gender is a determinant. But then when it comes to intervention, our curriculum always is structured around mental status examination, diagnosis of mental health concerns, and then talking to them about what are the medications they have to take or what are the therapeutic approaches we want to recommend to. But then when there are multiple factors contributing, as social workers, should we shift our gaze towards upstream determinants? The upstream determinants are the factors that are contributing and causing, and do we do intervention there? And do we also look at policies and also intersectoral convergence to promote mental health? So our curriculum, that's what we have done. It's repositioning because there is also shifting perspectives. When we are shifting perspective, it's very important to also gauge a broader perspective to influence our work. While I'm saying this, like psychiatric social work, the students are trained with the one-on-one skills. They are trained in psychoeducation, mental status examination, one-on-one skills, micro skills in counseling, etc. But then as a social worker, we also tend to see the other factors. So should we capture that as our strength and also strengthen the interventions on these aspects as well? All right. And also when social work has moved from welfareistic to client-oriented to person in context to anti-oppressive frame, do we also start looking at people who are in the fringes with the anti-oppressive lens? So that's the crux of the shift of our curriculum, wherein even in terms of mental health, mental illness, we want to look at the strengths. We want to garner the strengths of the individuals. We want to enhance the dignity of persons. We want to maintain that dignified way of approaching persons with mental illness. So the curriculum is broad-based, which looks at rights violations, looking at the varied social determinants and the the intersectionality perspective, starting from caste, religion, gender, etc. And even in our curriculum, we also have the queer affirmative practices, which is one of its kind, wherein it's looking at creating safe spaces and rights for queer communities. We are also looking at shifting from the medical model of disability to a social model of disability. So the curriculum and the input that we give to students also shift along with this paradigm shifts. While we are doing this, it's going to be very challenging because we are shifting the curriculum, but the field remains the same. The field operates at a particular pace. I still remember how some of the students come back and articulate that they can't connect to the field because the medical social worker operates in a particular way, because the training or orientation several years before is located in a particular perspective. But right now, the perspective that we are offering is very different. So often this is one challenge that they come back with, that there is, kind of huge, vast difference in terms of what they understand, what they pick in the classroom, and what they actually see outside world. So far, any questions? I also can see younger generation more engaged with media other than their relatives, self-centered behavior, changes in the society leading to distance in relationships and breakdown in the family system, high levels of mental health. Yes. So while I said this, we repositioned our curriculum, and that's why we don't call our programs as medical and psychiatric social work, but we offer a MA social work in public health and MA social work in mental health, where we are mainstreaming. It's not that the students can really locate themselves within a clinical space to work, but they also can be working in organizations, in CSR projects, but again, with the right perspective, with the right lens, where they are going to engage, co-construct interventions for persons with mental illness. So I've covered like impact of neoliberalism. So that way we are looking at macro factors influencing, the several processes around globalization influencing, who are the diverse stakeholders who are impacted, and how as a social work profession we respond. And I've used mental health as one example and how we repositioned our curriculum. Maybe you can also start sharing how your university has responded and what are some of the courses that you're also thinking in terms of offering, because we also have contextual disparities, and sometimes building indigenous knowledge also is very important. So these are the 2 points that I've covered. While I covered in the institute, we also look at several niche areas, but all the courses looks at the problems from an intersectional point of view. The intersectionality frame is very critical for all social workers, gauging from the multiple identities that we work with. So that's one point I wanted to say. And till this, if you want to add anything to this, you can add. Okay, so the third point I wanted to emphasize on is the challenges and opportunities before us. The challenges, as I mentioned, the field is not shifted, and the challenges is the curriculum revision or repositioning our curriculum, having some of these discourses, debates are limited to fewer areas. And it's very important that we pick our identity as social work fraternity very seriously, come together, collectivize, and look at some of these radical challenges. And if we have to make some meaningful contributions, we have to really move forward in terms of repositioning, repitching some of our courses which are not applicable for the contemporary challenges that we are facing. So now, I really want to, look at one that's common for all. That is the widening disparity, okay, which is an implication of the multiple factors we have been discussing. What are the challenges before us? The widening disparities. If I have to say widening disparities, I want example from you because COVID has mirrored all the disparities to us. So if you can talk about the widening disparities. Online education, right? Like education, when we are talking about right to education, how the education sector went into a turbulent mode where people only who had access to online mechanisms could continue with education. And while we're talking with what are the challenges in terms of availing online modalities for continuing with the online mode of education, somewhere conveniently, all of us have forgotten what would have been happening in the tribal schools, the residential schools, because 2 years is not, you know, uh, it's not a shorter time. Students were thrown out, and there were lots of consequences because of that, because in the tribal context here, immediately people could document increasing number of child marriages because parents were not aware of what they have to do with their children. So constantly social workers, because this is common, maybe I'm talking from the point of view of Maharashtra, but then when you're looking at Coimbatore, again you would have seen even in your campuses, how many students who have dropped out, what will be the social profile of the students who have dropped out, or people who have been struggling to connect online, and the disparities, even, media have documented all of these. So the kind of widening disparities between, context-wise rural urban, or between, peri-urban and urban, or between the haves and have-nots, we can keep on preparing layers. But how are we going to look at these inequities? The challenges before the practitioners is how we are going to adhere to our core pillars of social justice and equity when the entire social fabric is in a particular way, and we are also struggling doing meaningful work. But then often when we are thinking, okay, we have arrived there, when we reach there, that's not the end point, because we know there are new struggles that are waiting for social workers. So we are moving forward. But again, when we are moving forward, our goals are also moving forward. So how are we going to really realize this social justice and equity, which is going to be a continuous struggle in terms of the inequities that we are experiencing and witnessing, and also the kind of oppression and exploitation that continues in different sectors, ranging from the community to institutional spaces. Now, when these sound, oh God, this is like, when we're talking, it's also about the tip of the iceberg. But then even that remains so challenging. It's so humongous. It's like, how are we going to address all of this? But still, we are continuing to put in our efforts in whatever size, tiny to big, and we are trying to address some of these challenges. Now, when these challenges seem so huge, we also have possibilities and opportunities before us. How do we look at our work with those who are having the least power? Are we connecting? Are we co-designing? And co-designing is also like a, a new phenomena which is in our social domain. If you look at Banyan's work, they always talk about how they're co-designing interventions with the service users. The service users here are persons with mental illness. women with mental illness. When Dr. Jelapdin had introduced, he said, I'm doing co-constructing pathways with the tribal communities because we design intervention building on their strengths and make it sustainable. So there are models of practice, but then how do we strengthen these models of practice, and how do we even feed back some of these models of practice into the curriculum? And how, while engaging, we are also, like, again, this is another word you've been you would have heard, emancipatory work, and how in the real sense we are into empowering work in the communities where they take the lead for themselves. So that's one opportunity before us. When there are challenges before, there are also opportunities before, and there are also models of practice that we can learn from. Now, what would be the intervention? Like I said, having dialogical relationships, having several consultation sessions with the community, and how do we build interventions? While we are doing this interventions, how do we blend that back to curriculum is also very important. When I'm talking about this, Banyan is also a model which is founded by a social worker. And also when I'm talking about my rural health project, it's also a social model for health. And thus and that's it definitely should feedback. And also it is very much rooted in the social perspective, which looks at all the structural and societal and social factors that influences health and mental health. So I think when we are doing this is in one context, it's also possible in other contexts. Are there any questions still here? I think because you're all there, maybe you can also look at Banyan's model. Banyan is doing an important it's an important model they have upscaled and replicated across states. It's called Home Again. When homelessness and mental illness put together, and women, you can look at the layers of intersections of women with no resources on the streets, and no support mechanisms. Then they're working with the most vulnerable and the marginalized, but they have been succeeding in successful models of intervention that's also feeding back to curriculum. And they're also writing substantially on how some of these social interventions are proving effective and efficient, and they've also upscaled their model. So when we are talking about models, it's also important the models doesn't stay as models, because I'm very sure each of us are working in one niche area. We are hardcore practitioners, but again, one of the challenges, because we are so consumed with intervention, our entire time gets spent in intervention. We do not write, we do not create the theory of change, we do not feed back to the curriculum. It's not that there is paucity of models of intervention. Even if there is work, we are not bringing back to the research and the knowledge domain. So building indigenous model is so important in the context of the radicalized changes that we are facing as a country. So while I said this, these are the opportunities, what are existing in the field, what are our contributions, should we spend some time in creating theory of change, in building models, and again, feedback into the theory and knowledge base that we are working on or that we are imparting. Now, while I said challenges and opportunities, you may also share, because all of you are supervising in field work. Now, I'm going into the next layer of challenges, that is challenges to adhere to anti-oppressive work in few sectors. Okay, now anti-oppressive is again what you would have seen, and social work is operating on a anti-oppressive frame. now when we are using this particular frame and we are shifting gears, there is also challenge in terms of working in some sectors where there are top-down approaches. Like, for example, in fieldwork settings, as I mentioned, like medical social services, the interventions have to be carved around the biomedical model. And even in terms of clinical spaces, it's going to be like very prescribed and top down. And how social models look at co-construction, co-designing, but there are some spaces that are existing will operate in a particular protocolized way, which becomes also challenged when we are moving into the sector, because and also some of the programs. So when we are imparting this, it's also very much important to tell the students that it's not so easy and it is not black and white. It's also shades of gray when we're working with human beings. And because it's shades of gray, there is not one right way or wrong way, but it is contextual, context specific, and how striking a balance is very important in each of these contexts. How do I add value with my perspective, with the kind of reposition curriculum and skills I gain in the location where I'm positioned? How do I table my knowledge there, but at the same time not jolting or being thrown out? Because in systems it is also there, you have to be part of the system to build in change. If you're thrown out of the system, you're not able to work. So how you're going to position yourself within a system and slowly build in change. And also, it's not only in terms of field and disconnect between field and curriculum. We are also at the end of the day imparting social work education, and social work education in itself in different dimensions, different perspectives, the challenges that we face, etc. When we keep discussing about that, we also have to be mentally prepared, and our curriculum should strike a balance that our students are also getting placed, because it's also their bread and butter. So are we striking a balance with our curriculum that we impart, which is also going to fetch a placement? For example, if you look at our curriculum, there will be a balance. Like, we also offer project management, which is an important requisite. We also impart research, but also there are certain perspective courses, which gives them a particular frame to work in the field and also counter some of the challenges that they face in the society. So there should be also a balance in terms of what we are offering to the students through our curriculum. So these are some of the pointers I wanted to say. And also, it was a really big exercise that Tissusa University envisaged several years ago to reposition our curriculum. That's why in our logo also it will be like revisioning future, because we repositioned ourselves, it was in the year 2007, and also broadly to engage with this contemporary radical challenges. And thus we have expanded, and there are interesting programs at the Asian context as well, which gives the students kind of critical gaze, as well as a constructive way to work with communities. I think with this, I will close the session and I will do a Q&A. And I can also do a Q&A. You can also ask me about some of the field models, so we can keep it as interaction, so that only it's not me who is going to talk. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear ma'am, for initiating a dialogue on the impact of neoliberalism and throwing light on the consequences of neoliberalism, the contemporary challenges for social work practice, and the paradigm shift in social work education and profession. And I now invite the participants to raise your questions, your opinions, and comments. You can unmute your mic and you can share your, you can ask your questions, or please do type it in the chat box. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a question, ma'am.
It's not new model. Anti-oppressive is a framework. Now, you cannot blame it on the individual. Gitanjali, hope I answered your question. It's not a model, but the model should be governed by an anti-oppressive framework.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope I answered your question, Gitanjali.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions from the participants? You can either unmute or type your questions in the chat box. Please feel free to ask your questions.
We all have, I think in universities, maybe in other universities in Tamil Nadu, I am aware, it's called village adoption program or extension activities. In our university, we call it as field action projects. If you actually look at our TIS.edu website, you will see number of field action projects, ranging from working for the homeless and the destitute to working with prisoners, working with women with mental illness, a child, guidance clinic Muskan and Pragati. That's something which I'm so passionate about, which is the project that's located in the tribal belts of Maharashtra, wherein we are looking at community development and community engagement as an approach for health work. Yeah, so these are, certain aspects, or sorry, certain things that you can look at our website. These are the field action projects. And because of the field action projects, these are spaces that we have created for students to go for field work. And these are also like similar to non-governmental. It's not like unstructured activity. It's not like we go once and come back, but these are proper, models of intervention. And it's almost like running like your own organization with a strategy, with a vision, with a mission, with goals, outcome, and we raise, we write proposals and also build theory of change over a period of time. So you can actually look at the TIS.edu website and look at our field action projects, and you can understand, the n number of models of intervention. And mostly the faculty members also would have articulated the case with which they have initiated and what are some of the developments over the years. So that's one. Yeah. I see a question. I think it's all on now. Okay, so I will put this this way. Like, when we are looking at, institutional models of mental health, you may look at, the treatment protocols, but again, most often consenting won't be there. In the psychiatry, you always have this debate called consenting versus coercion. Whether you should give medication with consent or coercion is okay in the general interest of the client. So there are several debates on that. And also when you look at, the NHRC documents on the institutional facilities, the mental hospitals in the country, they would have documented how certain rights are grossly violated, starting from the way the users within the institutional spaces dress, in terms of hair, the people do not have their choice. That compromises on the dignity of the individuals within that spaces, right? So when we are looking at anti-oppressive, we are saying these individuals have their rights and they are human beings with emotions and worthy to live with dignity, and creating alternative models, community models, where rights violation do not happen, where we listen to their voices, where they are given importance. All right. So when we are looking at rights violations, we are also looking at anti-oppressive frame within that particular space.
Dear participants, any other questions? Kindly let us know. You can unmute yourself also, or else you can raise hands. Dear participants, we'll have a short discussion for about, yes, hello?
I just put a question on the chat box.
Okay,
I don't know
okay.
if you have seen it or
Okay.
not.
One second. Yeah, just now we have just received.
Yeah.
So that I think it's Norby's question. So you said in public health, but within the public health, I gave you the example of mental hospitals.
Pardon?
That's what I've given. Like this question from Norby, right? What is the anti-oppressive philosophy? So that's why, because public health also is inclusive of mental health, and I spoke about why anti-oppressive frames become essential, because when we are robbing them of dignity, and when mental health definition talks about dignity, self-esteem, identity, etc., then we have to work on an anti-oppressive frame. Then, you have to bring back all of that they've lost because of, years of incarceration.
Yeah. If so, is it how much you differentiate between public health and community health when we place it the people to, interns into the hospital setting? If you are putting it, are you looking for community health interventions?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you looking for community health interventions, like people go to the community and do it, or hospital setting? So what kind of interventions that you ask the students to be interns to be involved in?
See, now, when you are, if I have to give an example, of public health or the community health model, the Pragati model in itself is rooted, because this is working with the tribal communities in Maharashtra, and it builds on local leadership. In the sense, during the entire COVID, they have been able to handle their, like, in fact, we were all thrown out because we are all from different parts. But then, because of the local leadership that we have built over the years, they were able to take over and take charge, and they led the project for the entire lockdown. So, what's happening there? Because, when you look at communities, they are on the fringes. I don't want to say they are not aware, but then, there are several interventions that we bridge between the government and the community, and also we facilitate on their strengths. So, when I look at that model, when we are looking at livelihood, decent income, living standards enhanced, looking at nutrition, all of this happening with community engagement, definitely it's an anti-oppressive model. So we are not looking at curative, we are not looking at running only health camps in the model, but at the same time we are looking at how we are going to empower the local communities to challenge their own health problems, or to address their own health problems.
Okay.
What happens is, when we're looking at only clinical, we keep targeting on malnutrition, We may be providing top-down approaches, but at the same time, we are not addressing on any of the social determinants. What happens to girl child's health? What's happening to women's health? Sometimes it's also intergenerational. The girl who has a stunted growth, malnourished, anemic, get married, the cycle continues. But how we are, empowering these communities that, yes, it's important for girl child education. It's important to give equal opportunities for both boys and girls. Times are changing. How we are giving voice to the children to voice their concern to the community that they don't want to get married in a young age. All of these are also determinants, critical determinants in public health.
Okay. Sorry again to interact. So, what will be the takeaway when we are speaking from the perspective of neoliberalism? Okay, of course, the students are for it, and they need to have intervention. Then they need to be trained in anti-oppressive character, traits and everything, philosophy. That is good, but when the students get out of it, we are still in the neoliberalized world or consumeristic world. How they are incorporated, adapted into the professional life. What is your experience on that?
In fact, that's the last thing I said, striking a balance. In fact, that was my last point in that, when I concluded that it's important to strike a balance. When we are giving students these perspectives and frameworks, we are also imparting them the skills of the profession which the field demands, like project management, research, academic writing, all of that they have. But then when they take this framework, how do they adopt these or adapt these into the respective workspace? So that's the one biggest challenge I said before us as social work academicians. It's a challenge to social work education. When we are shifting, we also have to look at the field realities. We have to look at the placement opportunities for the students and how we are striking a balance at this juncture, and how they are also becoming ambassadors, taking this perspective where they're not compromising on the dignity of the individual, where they're going to uphold social justice and equity as important values and pillars of the profession, but at the same time, they're imparted with the skills that are important for the job world.
What is your experience of how many students are really placed on that way? Because social workers, mostly they intervene, they have a project and everything. Are they really placed in a position of public health or community health, community interventions level in the health sector? That is a concern comes in, because
There are.
of course, there are challenges. I understand, because India has not adapted to that kind of situation. Especially, of course, some mental health perspectives are there, not in the community health happens not more. So, how we are going? What is your experience, and what are the challenges that you are going to face, especially in the post-COVID period? What are the challenges you are going to face, and what could be the reasons behind of it, and what can be done, and how the other schools of social work, at least with the autonomous capacity, whether they will be able to adapt it or not? What is your key to give them?
I guess this again I said, because when these innovations and repositioning curriculum happens in fewer areas, and looking and striving for mechanisms for inclusivity, promoting diversity happens in few areas, but then the other schools of social work still are in the process, and often I find even our curriculum we go through, because the field is so dynamic, because we are not in a static environment, not in a controlled environment. We have to keep shifting. In fact, the way the field action project Pragati, which started in 1986, now we are in 2023. It has changed. We have re-strategized multiple times because we had to really adapt to whatever we are teaching in the School of Social Work, which is a community health model. So now Community engagement as a strategy has been discussed adequately after COVID, and we have also witnessed that how community engagement fetched. But your second question, these are effective models, and these are in scattered places, and how how effective they may be, or how many students will be attracted to these. But that's a real challenge all of us are going to face. From my experience, there are students who are interested, people have taken this different path. There are students who wanted an easy path and taken up jobs that are going to fetch them better, income and opportunities. So that's going to be a continued struggle we are all going to face. And there are also students who are not able to adapt to the field, and they're taking higher education and they're moving into different researching spaces. But yet the one convincing factor is wherever they are, there is a perspective that is imparted to them. And I think at least partly they will all be able to uphold and adhere to some of these. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of our management and on behalf of our college and our department, really we take an immense pleasure to thank you for sparing your valuable time with us, because I know how ma'am busy is, but I've been contacting for many previous programs. It was not able to, the time was not convenient, but this time ma'am had made it. Thank you so much, ma'am. We have just thrown a light on it. This session was something you made us to sit and interact. Really, it was very lively. The thing that you have said, the one point about the neoliberalization and mental health, about the people, how they are just coping up with the difference between the loneliness and living alone, something, it was very good to hear where we are not addressing in all those issues. So we feel so humbled, and we express a profound gratitude for accepting our request, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I was actually trying to locate a small video to end with, but I'm not able to find it. So I'm not able to share that because I'm very equipped with Zoom. So we will close. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And
Sure.
it was
Thank you very much, ma'am.
and there was such smooth organizing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thanking every participant who are in this.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Dear participants, I kindly request you all just to stay back for about 10 minutes or 15 minutes of discussion. We just request, because since we have just seen only the registration forms, we were amazed to see all your profiles. Now I think so. Kumaravel sir is also there from RGNYD. Sir? Hello, sir. Can we have a few words with you, sir?
Yes, madam. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, madam. The program is really going on well. So I've been
Thank you so much.
observing, listening from yesterday. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir,
yeah, the topics and sessions are very
we
interesting.
just thought you to call and then to address about the programs or anything to be added in this area for about 5 to 10 minutes. It's a humble request from your side, sir. If any participant is willing, please kindly let us know in the chat box, please.
Okay, madam. Sure, sure. Definitely.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dear participants, we would like to hear your suggestions and your valuable inputs. And from the registration, we have come to know like there are many like senior professors, associate professors who have joined us here. So we would like to hear from you your suggestions, your valuable inputs, your comments. So we can improvise the sessions further, and you can also share your feedback. So I think we can make use of this platform to interact with one another. We could see people a very healthy mix from different countries and different universities, institutions, nationally and globally. So we thought like we can make use of this time to have an interaction with all all the participants here. So if you could volunteer, please you can unmute and you can share your views. Thank you.
Madam, good afternoon. Madam, good afternoon. Madam, good afternoon. I am Dr. Anthony Prakash.
Sir, Anthony Prakash, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Jamal Muhammad College.
Am I audible to you, madam? Yes. I think so. I am audible, madam. Am I audible? Madam,
Sir.
I am Dr. Anthony Prakash.
Are you speaking, sir? We are not able to hear you.
Sir, you are audible to the participants, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Shall I continue? Yeah, fine. Madam, I am from Jamal Muhammad College, Tiruchirappalli. I am working as an assistant professor over there. I keenly observe all your sessions. The sessions are so effective and informative. Of course, I could see very eminent scholars in your flyer. No, you have prepared a very good flyer wherein I could find very eminent scholars. They are coming and addressing us throughout from the globe. No, I really appreciate you all for your very wonderful effort. This is the need of the hour to be very aware of the sociological practice and education. I thank you sincerely for all your efforts, and I wish you all also to take up these efforts in future also. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Sir, kindly introduce yourself so that we can.
Yeah, I am Dr. Anthony Prakash.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay.
I am from Jamal Muhammad College.
Yes, sir. We know, sir.
Jamal Muhammad College.
Thank you so much for your kind participation, sir, and your support.
Fine, madam. So nice, so informative. I am very pleased to participate in it. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, any other participants so that we can have, since it is a platform wherein all the social workers are there. So we wish to have a word with you because since we have just completed the session 20 minutes earlier. So we thought that why can't we have a discussion of one-to-one? Kindly feel free to introduce yourself, please.
So we have been hearing about critical and radical social work practices pedagogy for the past two days, yesterday and today. So we would like to take your views on how we can move forward, how the way forward after this FTP. What do you think? What are the ways would you suggest to bring changes in social work education and practice?
IGS and certificate. I think I have not received the certificate.
Yes.
இல்ல இப்பதான் நான் எல்லாம் உட்கார்ந்து தேடிட்டு இருக்கேன். IGS.
Sir, yes, sir.
Ready?
Sir?
நான் தொடக்கத்துல அட்டன் பண்ணல. கடைசியில அந்த இப்போ அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 3 or 4 ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 1 or 2 மிஸ் பண்ணேன். ஓகே.
Ma'am?
IGS.
Sulupriya ma'am,
Yes.
Dr. Sulupriya ma'am is there? Ma'am?
ஓ, மொத்தமா வந்திருக்கு. இருக்கு. மொத்தமா இருக்கே அது. ஹலோ.
Dr. Chandrasekhar Singh? Sir?
சரி. ஓகே. ஓகே. இருக்கு கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டேன்.
Dear academicians, Dear academicians, I'm just requesting you all how on behalf of our social work education, what are the things that we can introduce in terms of the practice, so how we can mold the students by making them to experience the changes in the contemporary changes in the social work. Your views are highly appreciated, so that we are just bringing out a model in the whole course of the FDP. So we'll just add everything over that. So I request you all to contribute your views and ideas on this topic, please.
அதெல்லாம் வைக்கல. இன்கேஸ் ஏதாவது வந்து கிராஸ் செக் பண்றானுங்க. சொல்ல முடியாதுல்ல. நம்மளே போட்டுக்கலாம். ஹலோ சிஸ்டர்.
Dear all, we have just shared the feedback form and the link.
It will also be shared in the WhatsApp group for your convenience. So we will also share the feedback link in the WhatsApp group for the participants. So kindly ensure that all of you fill in the feedback form. And once again, we thank you one and all for your participation in the program. So let me address her. Please, like those who are not in the WhatsApp group, we will please wait for a few minutes. We will post just 1 minute. We will post the WhatsApp invite link also here in the chat box, so that those who are participants who are not there in the WhatsApp link also can join. Any other queries, dear participants? If you have any other questions or any difficulties also, you can share with us. Please feel free to type it in the chat box. I hope all of you have filled in the feedback form yesterday. If any of you had difficulties, please communicate it to us, either in the WhatsApp group, or please you can type it in the chat box. Kindly wait. We apologize for keeping you waiting due to the slow network connection. So I will just paste the WhatsApp link, the link for joining the WhatsApp group, and also the feedback form in the WhatsApp group also. And participants are like the YouTube link is also available. So those of you, if you have any difficulties in hearing the session, you can please log into the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is PSGCAS ICT, and you can have access to the videos. Ma'am, please fill the feedback form from today onwards, madam. Yesterday we will check and we will revert back to you. Geetanjali ma'am, please fill in the feedback form today. For yesterday, we will check and we will revert back to you. Kindly bear with us for the. Sure, ma'am. We'll speak louder. Sure, ma'am. We will ask the resource persons also. Thank you for your suggestion. We will inform the resource persons also. Thank you, ma'am. This is a link to join WhatsApp group. So participants, those who are not in the WhatsApp group, you can click on the link to join the WhatsApp group. We have also pasted the feedback link. Yesterday there was a suggestion. So we take your valuable suggestions. The feedback link is being posted in the WhatsApp group. So thank you once again. We thank you on behalf of the organizing team, on behalf of the Department of Social Work and PSG College of Arts and Science. We thank you for supporting us for the successful completion of the day 2 of the International Virtual Faculty Development Program on Critical Radical Pedagogy and Practice Perspectives in Social Work. So thank you for your active listening and for your active interaction. We are looking forward to the same spirit in the forthcoming days also. Thank you very much for your support and cooperation.
Thank you all. We request all the participants to join by tomorrow, 5 minutes little earlier. So for further communication, we'll share all the details in the WhatsApp group. Thank you one and all.
Dear participants, thank you. The feedback form has been posted in the WhatsApp group. So all of you can access it and you can fill in. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Badramani, Associate Professor in Psychology. Sir, for your feedback. Your words are really encouraging to us. It is a motivation for us to conduct similar programs in future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your kind association with us.
So let us wind up the session for today. So we will meet tomorrow morning. Kindly join a few minutes ahead of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.